Ladies and gentlemen, live from the Missouri Botanical Garden, we give you Joe Farmer. So not the greatest recording by Mark Maxwell,
Not the greatest singing. I think is what we can really agree.
The singing was unbelievable. I had 3 people come up right off the bat and say, "Oh my gosh, did you know she could sing like that?" It was tremendous. Everybody was impressed. It was great. Take a compliment, Father Lyons.
Thank you very much for the compliment. And somebody asked me, said, how much does one have to imbibe at the company party to get up on the stage and sing? And I was like, I don't really drink. So sadly, it's just the ability. The older I get, the less ashamed I get of things. And so
less inhibited,
yeah. I mean, that
is a characteristic of older people.
I just no longer am embarrassed about things I really should be embarrassed about. But
for you to go up there like that and just sing, even the professional recording artists that were on stage paid a handsome wage to be there. They said something, "Did you see that coming? How good was that?" I mean, it was unbelievable. Did anybody else go up and sing?
No, but Carney played drums. He's the one that originally was like, let's do this, because he knows it was a very side project. John and I are in a band. It's our Thursday night therapy, we call it. We don't really play for anybody because we're not good. And so he was like, "Hey, I know this band. If you want to go up," and so we had plans, but then the band couldn't play both songs that we knew, and so we just.
And now, can John sing?
He can, yeah.
Wow,
and he's
as
really
good as you?
Yeah, and he's a bass player. He would say probably not, but he didn't do like choir and stuff through the years like I did, but he's a really good bass player.
John and Connor won the suit war. They were the best dressed people there last night. Although our owner. Tim Dorsey breaking out a fine sport coat, which I thought he got from Jeff Abelin, but he says no. Jeff Abelin is his son-in-law, one of the great stylists in St. Louis from Neiman Marcus.
Yes. I mean, Connor, you did look fantastic, and so much so.
The once a year I wear a suit.
So grown up.
Once a year?
And,
and once or twice. Yeah.
I like your shirt. Yeah, I'm on today too, by the way. But I did.
Oh, yeah.
I bumped in. I kind of did a bump into accidentally Connor standing by the bar. "Oh, excuse me, sir." And then I looked up and I was like, "Oh, I know this tall, handsome guy in his lovely suit."
Shocking, he was by the bar.
Both of us were getting club soda. We were just.
Did you not have a drink?
I didn't. I think John grabbed me a wine at the beginning of the night, but I didn't actually drink it.
That's another, I think, characteristic when you get a little bit older. But you're not older at all.
Well, Thursday night too. Like I just, that
you didn't want to go too crazy.
I can't. I mean, I just
you got to get up in the morning.
My aging. Body disposition cannot handle all of it, but
Unless
we do
Josh
have
Gilbert,
to say,
got the hotel room.
Those guys are
What's
just
that
more
now?
fun.
Josh Gilbert, they just stayed at the hotel and he took today off.
Okay, wait, no, I didn't know. There's a hotel at.
No, he just
got one
they
around
just got
there.
a hotel around.
Oh,
I
cool.
think they're at the Four Seasons.
They're camping in the Rose Garden, the Botanical Gardens. We'll have to deal with that later. Actually, I do want to say though, it was a wonderful celebration. How about McGraw-Millhaven's incredible? All of us said just a word or two, but McGraw did what I would have said was kind of the keynote, where he just really spoke from the heart about his 20 plus years and the evolution of the station and all that the impact it's had on the community, and really honored everybody who's built the station.
He put some thought into it. It was emotional. It was funny. Everything was great. Yeah, it's cool. So hats off to Tim Dorsey for starting the station, and then Mark Dorsey for making it great.
Yeah, it was a really fun night. Some listeners that were able to be part of it as well, and it makes me burst with pride to get to be part of the team here for sure.
Yeah, I wonder how many stations have parties like this where so many of the contributors are also there. I mean, many of our guest list was there last night, and I mean, everybody from Coach Grauer to Greg Willard to
Joe Holloman,
Lynn
Sarah
Venhouse,
Fensky,
Alvin
Lynn
Reed.
Venhouse, Alvin Reed.
Yeah.
And that was, there was just a lot of communities there. The sponsors who make the show possible. We can't do it without all of them being there as well. It was really fun. Your wife looked like a rock star. She was gorgeous. And, you looked pretty nice, same as you did on the news. But, I mean, several people were like, Frank's wife is so stunning.
Come on.
And say thank you. Accept the compliment.
Oh, okay. Accept the compliment.
It's a good testament to your judgment, at least.
Yes. I'm glad we could sober her up this morning.
Yeah, right.
She's another one that's,
See, and I-
both of us are like that. We just can't drink, really. Yeah.
But don't you, when you look at other people having a really good time doing it, isn't there a little wistfulness there? I have to admit.
I wonder what the age is. I guess it's different for many people, but I wonder when the age is where you think, gosh, I don't want to do that. I don't want to wake up with a headache. I don't want to, or anything
Yes,
like that.
I wasn't gifted with enough Irish in my blood, I think.
Yeah. That's good. All right, let's take a short time out. We have an unbelievable program. One of the most famous figures in wrestling, and I mean this is not an overstatement, over the last 50 years is Jimmy Hart. He's the manager of everybody from Andre the Giant to Hulk Hogan. He's the mouth of the South, live in studio. Big wrestling event coming to St. Louis this weekend. Lynn Van House on movies. And Travis Noble will pop in studio 2 at 11:35. This is the Frank and Jill Show.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
I'm Jason Quillman, owner and founder of Window Depot USA of St. Louis. You don't replace your windows and doors every day, so when you do, make it count with the best product at the best value. At Window Depot USA of St. Louis, we bring you Energy Star most efficient triple pane windows built for maximum energy savings, superior sound control, and condensation resistance. And thanks to our national buying power, we offer high-performance triple pane windows competitively priced compared to other companies' double panes. Call Window Depot USA of St. Louis today at 636-939-4800 or visit us online at windowdepotstl.com.
You know, that honeydew list isn't getting any shorter, and you got to make a dent into it. Can I recommend going somewhere to helping you out? Schnarr's Hardware. Schnarr's Hardware has 2 locations, one in Webster and one in Ladue. One great family, 2 great hardware stores. Schnarr's Hardware. When you walk in with that list, you say, okay, I think I know how to do this one, but these 3 I need help on. And you know what? The people behind the counter at Schnarr's Hardware, that's what they do best. They have the expertise, so they can help you with electrical, help you with plumbing, painting, really anything at Schnarr's Hardware. They're small, they're compact, but it's that friendly neighborhood hardware store that has been the way it's been here in America for years, right? You remember when your grandfather took you to the hardware store. That's Schnarr's Hardware. The popcorn and the advice are free. So when you go to Schnarr's Hardware, 2 locations in Webster and in Ladue. Don't forget about the website, schnarrshardware.com. So for all of your hardware needs and that honeydew list, Schnarr's Hardware or schnarrshardware.com.
At Maryville University, we power dreams, not just degrees. For nearly 150 years, we've empowered graduates to build successful careers. At Maryville, expect a rigorous, technology-driven, mentor-inspired education in a diverse and inclusive learning environment. We help you take it to the next level, no matter what field you choose. Now is the time to turn your ambition into action and transform your dream into reality. Start your journey at maryville.edu.
John Carney, Julie Buck, weekdays at noon on KTRS, the talk of St. Louis. And now the opening dialogue with Frank and Jill on the Big 550 KTRS. Powered by Worldwide Technology Raceway.
All right, thought 1. So I have to be kind of careful about my soccer comments. You see our boss wears Sambas every day and would rather watch the MLS on Apple than your friends and neighbors. That gives you an idea about Mark Dorsey. My son's boss threatened that he was going to fire Alex if I take any more shots at soccer on the air. You know the line, Monique. She said to me, I honestly believe that you love basketball more than me. My response, I like you better than soccer. Anyway, these World Cup prices, ridiculous in every aspect. The get-in price for USA versus Paraguay in Southern California, June 12th, is now $1,000. Yeah, let's blow $4,000 on a Friday to watch a scoreless draw. Even President Trump said, I wouldn't pay that price. Of course, we may end up paying that grand for guests every 2 months, but that's another story. Hotels, 6 weeks before the big World Cup, Kansas City to be specific, A report conducted recently. Despite more than 5 million tickets sold, the demand has not translated to hotel bookings. KC specifically, 85 to 90 of hotel bookings are below expectations. 85 to 90% of hotel bookings in Kansas City are well below expectations. Downtown hotels, the average price is $800 a night and up during the World Cup. So I want to hear from you St. Louis fans, you St. Louis soccer fans going to Kansas City, what this is going to look like for you in terms of expenses. Where are you going to stay? How much are you paying for the tickets? But it just seems crazy, even though I know the World Cup is an incredible sporting event.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bad when I heard that the inventory of hotel rooms was not what the tourist folks were expecting. And then when I found out what they were using, of course they're saying, well, you get to charge. There's no price fixing. They say there's no price fixing. You get to charge what the market will bear for high demand weekends like that. Well, if the market can't bear $800 a night, then the market needs to drop the prices in order to fill up the hotel rooms. So I was a little less, I guess I was a little less, I felt a little less sorry for the tourism folks over there when I found out what people were trying to get for those hotel rooms. But maybe you guys disagree with me on that one.
And I'm sure there are a lot of St. Louisans that are doing it. I'd love to hear what they're actually paying.
Right. And it is, I mean, I love our MLS soccer here. We've had the chance a couple of times in Europe to see big time soccer, and we got to see Messi in Barcelona, and there were 70,000 people in the stadium, and we saw the Arsenal play in a sold out stadium. It is crazy, the energy and the excitement. So I do hope that they fill the stadiums up and that people get to see that kind of world class soccer. But you got to make it so that the people can actually afford to do that, I think is the point you're making, which is a fair one. Physical assaults against Jewish people in the United States just hit the highest level recorded in more than 4 decades. Not good news. Anti-Defamation League says there were 203 anti-Jewish assaults last year, the most since the group began tracking in 1979. So when we say the last 40 years, that means basically since they've been tracking. 32 of those attacks involved deadly weapons. Overall, anti-Semitic incidents did actually drop last year. That's good, down almost a third from the record-breaking numbers we saw in 2024. But unfortunately, those situations where there were attacks, the violence became more serious. 3 people killed in anti-Semitic attacks in the U.S. last year, the first such death since 2019. They include shooting of the shooting at the Capitol Jewish Museum in Washington, D.C., Molotov cocktail attack at the rally supporting Israeli hostages in Colorado, and the fatal stabbing of a Jewish man in New York. Anti-Defamation League says nearly half of the incidents were connected in some way to Israel or Zionism, which has where a lot of the focus has been since the October 7th Hamas attacks and the war in Gaza. One surprising detail, college campuses saw a major decline in anti-Semitic incidents last year, especially tied to protests. Globally, I think we can all agree the trend remains troubling. Europe seeing spikes in synagogue vandalism, arson attacks, and anti-Jewish violence as well. Just a reminder that even when the headlines cool down, unfortunately, for at least a small percentage of people, fear and hate do not.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with Israel being one of the hot topics in the world, it's probably not going to go away in the near future, which is unbelievable. Those are some really scary stats. All right, thought 2. We continue with the soccer theme, but this is a completely different angle of it. It's emotional, and it's unbelievable. Edward Leuven is one of the best people in St. Louis sports. He's probably the best player on City SC. And he was also one of the most popular. And he was popular long before he's become an almost sympathetic and inspirational figure. Remember the movie Bennett Like Beckham, where the shot is an amazing athletic feat? He had one of those goals in that first season. We came with the cameras one day to practice, and we asked him to duplicate this amazing shot, and he did it on the first shot. He's just an amazing guy. Anyway, his bride, Alona, lost her courageous battle with cancer. He addressed the media in a really tearful press conference. Literally, a reporter sitting right next to me was weeping while it was going on, and I admired that. Here is some of the things that Edward Leuven said yesterday. And he said later that the toughest thing for him is when he's asked how he is doing, and he doesn't know how to answer it, because there are moments maybe at 10:25 where he's devastated by grief. And there's other moments at 11:25 where he knows the pain and suffering is over and his wife is in a good place. So he doesn't know how to answer that question. But he's an incredible human being. He really is.
Quick side note, you bring up a really good point, because we often ask somebody who's gone through something really tough how they're doing, and it's also impossible, to his point, to encapsulate, because things are changing constantly. And so it can be more helpful when you say to somebody, how are you doing right now? Or how has this morning been for you? Or how has today been for you? Because then they get to just be in the present moment. Today is pretty good. And then they can say yesterday was rough or not, or they can just say right now I'm feeling okay, or right now I'm having a really tough morning. Kind of makes it an easier way to give an honest answer, I think. Little life coach minute, like we like to do occasionally on a Friday, especially Frank. He just lives for these moments.
I'm going to hit record. Go ahead.
Yeah. If you've been told the secret to productivity is waking up at 4 a.m. or following some elite morning routine, at least one neuroscientist who wrote a great article that I read this week says not so fast. And this just lines up with a lot of stuff I've been talking about now for years. A lot of productivity hacks out there. Some of them are really useful. Some are not backed up by science. But here are some of the most effective productivity hacks. If you are finding yourself, thanks to the way our brains are being sort of trained in the wrong direction when it comes to focus and getting stuff done, thanks to our addiction to electronics, particularly our phones, here are some ways that you can begin to retrain your brain back toward better focus skills, which, of course, increases your productivity. First, some background noise can help you focus, but it has to be the right background noise. Music, especially instrumental, even things like video game soundtracks, can keep your brain from getting distracted by random sounds. So a little background noise is good. Generally speaking, though, the best you can put is music with instrumental.
The Alan Parsons Project or Yanni.
Yeah, exactly. Gotcha. Or classical. Any form of classical music would count as that. Second, sleep matters more than your wake-up time. Whether you wake up at 4 a.m. or 7 a.m., what really boosts productivity is getting enough rest, right? It's a cumulative amount of rest. That is where your brain processes information and solves problems. That's what your brain is doing. Well, it's dreaming all night long, and it needs time to do that. Third, take a walk or add plants to your space. Nature restores your attention and mental energy in a way that screens simply don't. I know that's your number one go-to. Get Frank outside to nature, doing his Zen meditation while he's barefoot on the ground.
Just admiring the shrubbery.
Yes. The fact that the only thing you can think of is shrubbery when it comes to nature is a good sign. Fourth, skip the extreme diets. You don't need exotic superfoods. Regular exercise, of course, decent nutrition. Definitely improve brain function. I think that's the most no-duh of any of those as well. And finally, it's the thing that scientists call finding your zone, which is a state of deep focus. We call it flow, where your best work happens. It's going to look different for everybody, but whatever that is, whether it's shutting off all of the outside distractions, whether it's putting on that music, whether it's closing the door, whether it's finding time first thing in the morning, or if you're a night owl, it's your evening time is your productive time. Put a nice safety capsule around whatever gets you in your zone so that you're more likely to be able to do that. Because when you're in the zone, you get more stuff done effectively and faster.
I like finding the flow.
Yeah. Do you have
finding your flow?
Like, what's your zone when you're like you can get way more done in less time? You lose track
Sunday
of time.
mornings right after church in the office alone, working on Sports Plus, no distractions, nobody there, locked in, a big list in front of me, boom, boom, boom. Yeah.
And that's perfect. You've created conditions for yourself where you know you'll get more work done in less time by doing that.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
All right. Thought three, couple of quickies here. Don't tell Savard and Bush I said this, but yesterday at about 4 o'clock, we're in the corner of the newsroom, the three of us, and it was about the most enjoyable 30 minutes I've ever had in a newsroom. 3 old veterans or old farts just telling war stories about everything from Doug Vaughn to Trey Wingo. And then Ann Allred and Kelly Jackson were walking by and saying, we're like a bunch of ladies at a tea party gossiping. But gosh, it was so much fun. Hope to do that more often in the near future. Don't have much time left with Mike, and I'll cherish it. He's one of the greats. Quick cardinal thought. last night was such an unbelievable victory. It was perfect because we got back, the game was on, and they beat a really good team last night with incredible pitching from Matthew Libator in the bullpen, Jordan Walker, Mason Wynn, the offensive heroes. This incredibly feel-good season continues. They are now 7 games over 500. Folks, we are going to enjoy a summer of baseball. This is just awesome to see.
Good stuff. I don't know who needs to hear this, but just a gentle reminder, Mother's Day is Sunday. So in case you haven't made preparations for that and you are somebody who needs to make some preparations for that, here's your reminder. Showbiz highlights, which we like to do on Fridays. This is the list of, according to at least one Hollywood reviewer, the best TV moms of all time. I'm not sure I agree with this list, but I do want to hear from you guys in the Royal Banks of Missouri. Kitty Foreman from That 70s Show. She's ranked as the best TV mom of all time. Moira Rose from Rhymes with Hits Creek follows at number 2. Morticia Addams from The Addams Family is third. I don't know how they came up with this list, but I think...
Not Patricia Heaton, okay.
No, that would be your number 1,
yes,
for sure. What about Marianne Cunningham from Happy Days?
She was good.
That's
very
one that
likable.
Stands out to me. Need to hear from you guys as well. Royal Banks of Missouri, for sure. List of actors who lost out on roles for superficial reasons. 16-year-old, back when she was 16 years old, Elle Fanning said that she looked ineffable. That's why they couldn't put her in a role. Zoe Kravitz was once told she was too urban for a major role, and this one was the one that cracked me up. Meryl Streep was told that she was definitely not beautiful enough when she was one of the finalists for King Kong. So Jessica Lange,
wow,
who was quite beautiful.
Yes.
Remember that remake? That was just, it was not a great remake or movie, I don't think, but it really got, it got a lot of publicity in advance. At least that's my vague memory of it back in the time. And people thought that Ryan Seacrest has been looking a little thin and sickly lately in pictures he posted. He says, no, I'm just trying to be trim and fit as I'm moving into this season of life. I think it's interesting, right? Women have had to put up with that for years, being told they were either too fat or too thin by everybody. And now then men are part of it as well. Those of you who are Morgan Wallen fans will like to hear this. He quietly paid for the funeral of a young fan who lost his battle to cancer last August. Met him 2 months prior when he had given him VIP treatments at his show. He was very moved by the connection they had and decided to go ahead and pay for the funeral. He did not tell anybody else about it, but the family of this young man felt that that was a deed that needed to be shared with the world.
That is good to hear. All right, we'll take a short time out. The Mouth of the South in studio next on the Frank and Jill Show.
And now, KTRS weather.
I'm meteorologist Shane Scotch with your first alert forecast. We're going to be tracking highs towards the mid-70s, but an increase in our chances of showers and storms, particularly going to be looking to start after 4 p.m., lasting towards the evening and early overnight hours before clearing. By Saturday, a high of 81 degrees, a lot of sunshine going to be on the way. But by Sunday, we're going to be seeing some scattered chances of some showers that'll continue to last as we head towards the midday hours and early afternoon. Highs only back towards the upper 60s. From the First Alert 4 Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Shane Scotch for the Big 550. KTRS.
All right, 20 seconds on the clock. We asked 100 car shoppers, what's the best car dealership in St. Louis?
HW Kia.
Lowest prices on new Kias?
HW Kia.
Who gives you up to $4,000 more for your trade?
HW Kia.
Best service department?
HW Kia.
Best radio show in St. Louis?
That's Big D from HW Kia.
Survey says all 5 number 1 answers. Turns out there's no feud when the answer is always HW Kia. Right now, drive a brand new 2026 Kia K4 for just $199 a month on a 36-month lease. HW Kia's lenders are ready to help you get approved today. HW Kia in the heart of West County on Manchester Road. And remember, Big D wants to see ya in an HW Kia. Start now at hwkia.com. With approved credit, $34.95 to its 10,000 miles per year, no security deposit, plus tax, title, license, and admin fee expires 5/31/26.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. You know how spring works in St. Louis. One week you're running the furnace, the next week you're flipping on the air conditioner. It's weather whiplash, and your HVAC system feels it too. That's why spring is the perfect time to have the experts at Premier Heating and Cooling check things out. Their technicians go through 5 years of training, well beyond industry standards. So when they perform a tune-up, they're making sure your system is running safely, efficiently, and ready for whatever the next St. Louis weather swing brings. If your furnace or air conditioner is older or starting to struggle, Premier can help with that too. They offer financing options that make replacing your system far more manageable, and a new unit can mean better comfort and lower energy bills all year long. So whether it's a quick tune-up or time for an upgrade, call the team that knows how to handle St. Louis weather. 636-916-1122, premierheatingcooling.net. Comfort you can count on.
Scott, remember when the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Pile were flying around the arch selling flooring?
Andrea, that was the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Tile.
Oh, that's right. But we don't need shtick here at Best Buy Flooring.
That's right, because our in-stock selection of carpet, carpet tile, sheet vinyl, laminate, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and luxury vinyl tile are already at low, low prices.
Come see us at our 3 area locations, North County, South County, and Metro East. Open 7 days a week.
Plus, free financing on approved credit. Best flooring, best selection, Best Buy Flooring.
Hi, everybody. McGraw-Millhaven here for family-owned and family-operated Lisi Lumber since 1872. Lisi Lumber is now producing and delivering custom kits for pre-assembled trestles, pavilions, and pergolas made to your specifications. Union-made, union-delivered, homeowners and do-it-yourselfers, you're going to love this. Got an idea? Send them a sketch and some dimensions, and they'll do the rest. For the best woods and pre-assembled hardscapes, call Lisi Lumber at 618-234-0105 or LisiLumber.com.
Remember when Mom changed your diapers?
Whoa, smells like somebody needs a diaper change.
Woke up at 3 in the morning to comfort you as you screamed bloody murder?
Never goes to sleep.
And then she put you in your high chair with your cereal, and you threw it all over the floor while laughing. Of course you don't remember that. This weekend, give your mom a hug and a kiss from the Big 550. KTRS.
Frank and Jill Show. This is a first and a thrill. The Mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart in studio. This is a big weekend for wrestling in the area. SICW Fan Fest coming to the Radisson in Fairview Heights. We'll tell you about that a little bit later on. An honor to have you on the program. Jimmy Hart, how are you, young man?
Good morning, man. It's great to be here. I've got my tag team partner with me this morning, Herb Simmons over here and his man. But it's great to be here, guys.
We got a lot to talk about. You've had an incredible career in the business. Managing Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant. Right off the bat, give me your best Andre the Giant story. All those years with him.
Well, I managed Andre when he came through Memphis once in a while, but Hulkster, I was with him most of the time on that. But Andre was so great. Every night in the room, he'd have a few little beverages while he was playing cards with Arnold Skolin. But my job every week, as soon as I got there, I went, Andre, do you need anything? He'd go, no, boss, thank you. That was my deal. I went, okay, thank you. But he was great.
How many beers do you think he had conservatively on an average night?
Well, I don't drink, so he had quite a few to me. One would have been more than I would ever have, but he'd always have his full. But he was great in the ring. He was awesome, and it was just such a great era that I was part of back then. I still am.
So many people know you, of course, from your great connection to wrestling, but it all kind of started with music for you. Take us back to your early career as a musician and now to what is unfolding today.
Well, Jill, here's what happened. I started in Memphis, Tennessee at Treadwell High School with Jerry the King Lawler. He went into wrestling. I went into music. So all of a sudden, we had a little band called the Gentrys, and we entered a show, had a talent contest, which we won. And all of a sudden, they shipped us all the way down to, after we won it, we went all the way down to Miami Beach, Florida, and did a show down there, which was Ted Mack's Original Amateur Hour. It's kind of like American Idol now. And we won 3 times on that. We got disqualified the last time because we'd signed a record deal with Chip Smallman. George Klein, who was Elvis Presley's best friend in high school, had a TV show called Talent Party. So he put us on it. They saw it. The kids started calling in. All of a sudden, the next thing you know, we have a record on MGM. So then all of a sudden, we're on the road with Dick Clark. Man, we did American Bandstand, Hullabaloo, Shindig, Where the Action Is. We did so many great things back then, all bus tours back then. And we toured with the Beach Boys and Grassroots and people, just a little bit of everybody back in the day. And then one day I realized it's time to change labels. So then I went to the Sun label with Sam Phillips, who produced Elvis Presley, so many of the great stars back then. And which led me to a story I was telling y'all earlier. In September, we've got a brand new album that's coming out on Sun Records called It's Been So Long by the Gentrys. And so that's going to be coming out. So I'll make sure y'all get a copy.
All right, so where did the trademark megaphone and airbrush jackets come from?
Well, what happened when I was with the my Gentry group, I remember we had a meeting with Dick Clark before our shows, and Dick Clark told me something very important. He said, remember, if you're in the entertainment business and on that stage, remember, if you dress like the audience, one day you're going to wind up sitting in the audience, which means give the people their money's worth. The megaphone came from Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon had done a tour over in Japan. He came back one day, and I was sitting in the back getting ready to go to the ring to do TV with a honky-tonk man, one of the guys I managed then, and Greg Valentine. And he came in and said, Jimmy, this is going to be your new gimmick. So I think back now, me carrying the megaphone with me everywhere, thank God he didn't bring me a piano.
That's good stuff. Give us the biggest change you've seen in professional wrestling in these 4+ decades that you've been so intimately involved with the biggest and the best.
Well, the production, I still do stuff with WWE, but the production is still unbelievable. Back in our day, it was great, but now it is unbelievable. I mean, just everything you see, the talent's phenomenal. I mean, everybody's high-flying. They're just great. And now we use more ladies now in the wrestling business, and all of it, they're super. They're unbelievable. But we've got a great school up in Orlando, Florida. Shawn Michaels trains everybody up there, and then when they graduate, they get to go to either SmackDown or Raw. And like I said, since TKO's jumped in to help run WWE, it's just been unbelievable.
The mouth of the South, Jimmy Hart with us on the Frank and Jill Show on the Big 550 KTRS. So a lot of times I'm asked, like, what's the best sporting event I've ever attended? And people expect me to say nothing but World Series and Super Bowls and Final Fours, and they're up there. But one of my top 10 of all time was Hulk against the Iron Sheik at Freedom Hall. But you saw something incredible, WrestleMania 3, one of the greatest sporting events ever, when Hulk got the title from Andre, 93,000. Just describe it. Maybe there's a backstory from Jimmy Hart.
Well, you know, before we ran it, the promoter didn't tell us, look, we got the Pope coming in the week before. We went, oh, my gosh. And then the week other coming in, we've got the Rolling Stones. So Hulk was worried, man, the whole company, man, we pushed tickets. We did everything we could because we knew they might be soft, right? So all of a sudden, the night of the show, I've got 3 matches. So I go to the ring, and all of a sudden I'm going out with a honky-tonk, man. I change jackets, and when you get knocked around, I put a little Paul Mitchell freeze and shine on my hair and fix it up there, man. I came back, and they said, Jimmy, Hulk wants to see you. I said, I can't. I got to go back out for another match. So I changed jackets, put a little bit more freeze and shine Paul Mitchell on my hair, went back to the ring, got bumped around again because then I had to go out with the Hart Foundation against the British Bulldog. I come back, and they go, Jimmy, Hulk wants to see you. I said, tell him I've got one more match. You're right. Changed my jacket, Jill. That's right. Put a little freeze and shine on my hair. You know what I'm talking about, right, Paul Mitchell?
Sure
go back to the ring again. This time I'm with Adrian Adonis against Roddy Piper. I come back. They said, Hulk wants to see you. I said, Hulk, what is it? He goes, what are you doing? I said, man, I've done everything but pop the popcorn and park the cars here. And I said, I've had 3 matches. He goes, how's the house? And I went, what? How's the house? So about that time, I heard him make the announcement, 93,000 plus people, right? So I went and told him, I said, 93 plus people. I said, look, the Pope had 91, so we beat him, and the Rolling Stones had 51,000, so we beat them. He said, well, thank goodness. And so that's one of my great stories for WrestleMania 3.
And is it true Hulk really did not know how the match was going to unfold until Andre told him late in the match?
During the match, Andre decided this is it, pass the torch, and that's how it all happened. And of course, after Hulk's landing, he pulled both shoulders out, so Hulk's walking in the back. He went out 6'7", came back 6'6".
Oh my gosh, that's great. So of course in St. Louis, so many people have so many memories of wrestling at the Chase here. Any connection or any memories for you in your career that relates to the pride of St. Louis wrestling?
It's so awesome, which is Herb's carrying on the dream now. He was back during the day too, but he still carries on the dream now. But I consider it was so special back then. I mean, when you just walked in, you could just feel this is history. It was always history. Well, Larry Matizak and everybody, but I was here with Hulk. I was here when I was going against Hulk, when I had King Kong Bundy and the Honky Tonk Man and Adrian Adonis and a lot of the people I managed back in the day. But it was special with Hulk. Hulk always loved coming here because as soon as the match was over, he liked to go to the Marriott Hotel with Ric Flair, and the rest was history.
Now, how do you explain the fact that you discovered the Fountain of Youth? Because look, I hope you don't mind. You're 82 years old. You look like $1 million. You have this great skin. You have this great hair. And you've also were in the ring. And I've seen a bunch of video where you get smashed and thrown. How do you attribute this incredible health at this age?
Well, my mother made me promise 3 things when I was growing up. She said, Jimmy, promise me you'll never drink. Okay, Mom. You'll never smoke. Okay, Mom. And you'll never buy or ride a motorcycle. And so I went, okay, that's me. So I just kept that up. You know, we didn't have very much, single parent and everything else. And when I played football in high school, believe it or not, I really did. And so I got clippings to show it. But when I played football, when everybody else went home to a good hot meal, old Jimmy Hart had to go work at Pick Pack grocery store for 35 cents an hour. Can you believe that? But But, you know, I bought my own clothes and stuff, and my mother worked 2 jobs back in the day, and I guess it just carried over from that. And like I said before, but that's why I've never smoked, never drank. And it's known in the wrestling business I never have. CM Punk's same thing with him. He's never smoked or never drank either. So, you know, I guess hopefully that's been one of the great things that's helped me. And being positive, too. I get up every day, I don't go, oh, my God, what's happening today? This is going to be a bad day. You know, hey, every day's going to be a good day.
So you were prominently featured in the recent Hulk Hogan documentary, which is now out on Netflix. And it was really a painful time for you to lose your friend.
Woo! It was, but you know what? Huck would be so happy because it's all about numbers to Huck. And I looked at the numbers yesterday. Netflix, they sent me a thing. Last week, it did 12,900,000 households worldwide, which was unbelievable for Netflix. But those guys, we worked 7 months on it. And we had to put another ending on it, of course, when the Huckster passed away. But, you know, we were friends for 40-something years. We met in Memphis, Tennessee that many years ago. Then we went to New York. After New York, WCW, back to New York. We did the movies together. We did Thunder in Paradise, all that stuff. So we were friends in and out of the ring.
I'm sure your paths have crossed with Ted Turner. You probably worked for him for years.
I was telling Herb earlier coming over here, I said, you know, it was so funny when I was in WCW for that brief time with Huck. Ted Turner one night was coming down the escalator, and he was with Ursula Andress, that movie star.
Yeah.
And Ted, he goes, let me tell you something. What about you wrestling guys? He said, we think we can get 3 hours on Monday night. I said, Mr. Turner, it's your company. We can get 5 hours if you want it. Thank God he didn't want 5 hours. 3 hours was long enough. But he was great. He really was.
So if you had to have one wrestler protecting you and your family, who really was the toughest, baddest dude?
Probably Haku. I managed him and at one time, and I'm going to tell you, he was bad. He really was. He was a man. It was a great story Herc can tell you one day, say, when we got time, about what happened here in St. Louis with the police and SWAT team and National Guard and the U.S. Coast Guard. I'm making that up on the Coast Guard, but it was crazy. It really was. But we're here for Wrestling Fan Fest, which is going to be so great this year. Herb, I'm going to let Herb tell you about it. He's outdone himself this year. It's unbelievable. And free parking, Herb.
You got to remember free parking.
Herb, come closer to the mic and tell us what's going on at the Radisson at Fairview Heights this weekend.
Well, it starts tonight. Doors open at 5 o'clock. Mick Foley's one-man show will start at 6 p.m., roughly around there, depending if his flight gets in on time. But fans will be there. We've got his one-man show. After that, immediately he has a private meet and greet for those who've bought that ticket. And then some of the legends, a lot of them's coming in town this afternoon, and they'll be set up there so people will be able to, if they've got their tickets, can come and get their autographs and talk to the legends. Then tomorrow at 10 a.m., the doors open, and the Fan Fest will run all day long till about 4:30. And then we do the St. Louis Wrestling Hall of Fame induction. And this year we're inducting Andre the Giant. Jimmy will take a part of that. And also we're paying tribute to Hulk Hogan. And that's why Jimmy was kind of a late ad because he had to juggle a schedule around. But once he found out that we were paying tribute to the Hulk, he arranged his schedule to come in here. And Spike Huber, another longtime wrestler in the St. Louis area, son-in-law of Dick the Bruiser, is being inducted into that Hall of Fame. So, and then we'll have the Bruiser Brody Memorial Battle Royal wrestling card, about 9 big matches on that. And like I said, people just come out and have a great time. And we're celebrating the 67 years of Wrestling at the Chase had it stayed on television. It started in 1959. And so we pay tribute to Sam Muchnick, which I'm proud to say that yours truly, Frank Cusimano, is getting that Sam Muchnick Award this year. So he'll be with us tomorrow night, I hope.
Yeah, I'll be there for
sure.
Yeah.
But you deserve it. As I told you before, you've helped so much, not only for all the sports in St. Louis, you've always helped the wrestling.
It's an honor to serve. Every wrestling story we've ever done, it's always our favorite. So,
and you know what, too, Frank? I got to tell you this: free parking at the Radisson.
Oh, very nice.
Not to be taken for granted, for sure. This was so fun. Thank you for gracing us with your presence today, and I hope it's a completely sold-out weekend of wrestling fans here in St. Louis. We'll be right back.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, Heidi Glaus here, asking you to join us weekly as we present the KTRS Book Club, presented by the St. Louis County Library for readers of every generation. Books transport us anywhere our imagination wants to go. They are absolutely magical. The KTRS Book Club will introduce you to local and national authors, events, and special programs presented by the St. Louis County Library every week from 3 to 6 right here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Are you retired? Are you thinking about retiring? Who is helping you with retirement? Might be time to check out the show When Retirement Happens, hosted by Kevin Lloyd of Legacy Wealth Advisors. Saturday at 1, Sunday at noon on the Big 550 KTRS.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Jill Farmer for Premier Heating and Cooling. You know how spring works in St. Louis. One week you're running the furnace, the next week you're flipping on the air conditioner. It's weather whiplash, and your HVAC system feels it too. That's why spring is the perfect time to have the experts at Premier Heating and Cooling check things out. Their technicians go through 5 years of training, well beyond industry standards. So when they perform a tune-up, they're making sure your system is running safely, efficiently, and ready for whatever the next St. Louis weather swing brings. If your furnace or air conditioner is older or starting to struggle, Premier can help with that too. They offer financing options that make replacing your system far more manageable, and a new unit can mean better comfort and lower energy bills all year long. So whether it's a quick tune-up or time for an upgrade, call the team that knows how to handle St. Louis weather. 636-916-1122, premierheatingcooling.net. Comfort you can count on.
Scott, remember when the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Pile were flying around the arch selling flooring?
Andrea, that was the Queen of Carpet and the Princess of Tile.
Oh, that's right. But we don't need shtick here at Best Buy Flooring.
That's right, because our in-stock selection of carpet, carpet tile, sheet vinyl, laminate, hardwood, luxury vinyl plank, and luxury vinyl tile are already at low, low prices.
Come see us at our 3 area locations, North County, South County, and Metro East. Open 7 days a week.
Plus, free financing on approved credit. Best flooring, best selection, Best Buy Flooring.
The Bommarito Automotive Group is Missouri's #1 automotive group. They've sold over 1 million vehicles by giving you a better price, a better selection, and more for your trade. You can shop them online, see their entire inventory, bommarito.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Royal Banks of Missouri text line. Somebody said they are staying with friends and going to, because you were asking about people going over to World Cup soccer, and said I'm going to stay with friends in Kansas City and paying a lot less than $1,000 for a World Cup soccer ticket. So
I wonder what the
hear.
parking is going to be like. And what do you think, for both of you, what's the most you've ever paid for parking at a sporting event or even a concert?
I really hate paying for parking. I'll park blocks and blocks away so I don't have to pay, but I still think I paid like $40 for something in Chicago close to Soldier Field. Because
I want to say
all
we
the
paid
lots there are
between
like
40 and 50 next to the United Center. Is that right?
Yeah.
In Chicago, when we went to see the Eagles a couple of years ago, and because we knew from friends who were there, that if you don't, you have to kind of prepay on Spot Hero or one of the apps, or you could drive around forever and miss the show.
We paid $50 at Fenway Park, and my dad was like, "Are you kidding me?" I mean, this is crazy.
And but that was a few years ago.
Yeah.
If your dad was still with us, so that would have felt like
probably
a lot.
like 100 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Boston parking is, Peyton lived there for when she was right out of college for a few years, and you just get to the point where even if something is only, is not very far away, you just take an Uber because the parking situation is not going to be good. just a lot of great texts today. A very kind one from the 618. Someone asked me how I was doing after losing both parents in a year. I replied, I don't know. I feel lost because I'm traveling a road unfamiliar and unknown. Thank you for that. Of course, I think in reference to the fact that my dad passed away last week and my mom passed away 6 months ago. Mother's Day going to feel a little different for my siblings and I this year. Our friend Craig Riggins, by the way, wishing me a happy Mother's Day and you a happy birthday, which is coming up on Friday, 59 and
Sunday.
holding. I mean, Sunday. Yeah, that's right. Today's Friday.
All right.
And we talked about this yesterday. How do you honestly feel? Give us like the real truth about sharing once every 7 years. May 10th is on the Sunday of Mother's Day, and you share it with Mother's Day. Do you care at all, or is it kind of fun?
We're going to celebrate Monique, not me. I don't need anything. So she's the one who's raised the 3 kids. She deserves all the love and attention on Sunday.
Yeah. Did you go? Were birthdays a big deal for you growing up? Because you're kind of like, I don't even care about my birthday every year.
I'm not a big birthday guy, except if it's for the kids or for Monique. Yeah, and then we got to spoil it.
I mean, you have to have a cake so Zoe can blow out the candles.
Oh, we'll have a cake. Yeah.
What's your cake for your birthday?
It'll be probably some type of a chocolate chip, maybe pound cake from one of those great cookbooks. Brooke's going to make it, so 50-50 whether it turns out.
Not true. Last few things she's cooked, you've given
She's getting
her
better. Yeah.
How many years? Even everything you say she cooks, you say it's good, but you still are like saying she's not ready for prime time yet.
This is a girl who abuses me at every chance she gets. So if I can take a shot, I'll take a shot.
Okay, so
she's turning into a fine cook. She is.
So as long as I think, ladies and gentlemen, as Brooke continues to beat Frank in golf, she will be given very little credit for the other aspects of her life where she's wildly successful.
Yeah. We'll find out today at 2:00, by the way, whether that streak continues.
She was the person that did beat you when she was, 8 months pregnant?
She did. With everybody at Norwood finding out.
Yeah, she's going into labor, and Frank's like, let's go out and do one more round right now. Yeah. I may actually have the advantage I need to beat you by a stroke or two. Connor, what's your birthday cake of choice since you celebrated relatively recently?
I'm not a big cake guy, so I don't know if I would have a choice.
Samesies. Turtle Sundae for me.
Yeah,
if you're
some ice cream or something like that.
That's an option. Friends, Woods Basement Systems. We're talking about celebrating all the things Mother's Day. We're talking about celebrating birthday. What about 40 years of being in business and taking incredible care of all of your St. Louis customers? So much so that a lot of times people started with Woods Basement Systems thinking, I'm in a tough situation. I've got water in the basement. I've got a foundation problem. It feels like a really huge investment. I'm not sure this can be fixed. It's impacting the quality of my life. And they come in, they fix it so well, and you end up becoming a customer of theirs for lives, not because they need to keep fixing the same problem. That problem's fixed, but because often we end up moving houses from that first house to the second house to the third house, or however many houses you've owned. When you've had a great experience with Woods Basement Systems in one aspect, you're going to want them to come back and do some of the things that are a lot less big of deal in the house. So that can include things like replacing the gutters, or maybe you had a lower level and you wanted to put an egress window in, or perhaps you've got a driveway or a sidewalk that's settling and it's uneven and you want some leveling to happen and be able to use it the same day. So whatever the depth and breadth of the issue you're having, from major foundation issues to wanting to make the outside area of your house look a little bit better, they can handle it. woodsbasementsystems.com, 844-369-6379 on both sides of the river.
Hey, Josh here, and I want to tell you about something near and dear to my heart.
Pizza! Dogtown Pizza, of course.
And if you've ever tried one, chances are it's near and dear to you, too. 12 different varieties to choose from: 4-meat, the SOB, or the veggie. And chances are, I've got a hot wing pizza in the oven as we speak. So if you want to have a serious conversation about a serious pizza, the only answer is Dogtown. Near and dear to me in every local grocery store in town and at dogtownpizza.com.
Everyone's talking about these weight loss drugs, and it's a good thing we've got Dr. Joe Molesky with us, a St. Louis native and board-certified primary care physician. The one thing we need to know is GLP-1, right? That's the magic cure.
The magic cure is these weight loss shots.
They're injected once weekly. They're not like the old medications that you've seen 20, 30 years ago. These medications actually work.
And you want to start to lose weight? None better than to call STLMedWeightLoss.com and ask Dr. Joe. STLMedWeightLoss.com.
Hey, it's Julie Buck here. Consider this your little nudge to get your mom something special for Mother's Day. It's this weekend. Go to the marketplace at the Abbey, just west of 141 on Manchester Road. You'll find everything that mom will love, including florals, things for your home, even the Abbey baby department, and ladies' clothes. They have it all, everything under one roof. It's the Abbey, just west of 141 on Manchester Road, and marketplace at theabbey.com.
The Big 550.
KTRS St. Louis.
From ABC News. I'm Mike Dubusky. Democrats had been hoping for a narrow victory in a Virginia redistricting fight that would have given them 4 more House seats. But now the state's highest court has struck that effort down. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest.
In a 4-3 ruling, the Virginia Supreme Court says the Democratic-led legislature violated the state's constitution in putting the redistricting question to voters last month. That's because before such a measure is put on the ballot, an intervening election has to take place. The court noted that when lawmakers first approved of the redistricting referendum last fall, more than 1 million Virginians had already cast their votes in the 2025 election. This ruling marks a significant setback for Democrats in their efforts to combat mid-decade redistricting in Republican-led states.
The ruling comes just a day after Republicans approved a new congressional map in Tennessee, and as they push for map redraws or adjustments in other states. Secretary of State Marco Rubio now weighing in after an Iranian forces traded fire with 3 U.S. Navy destroyers in the Strait of Hormuz yesterday.
Of course we fired back at them. They were shooting at us. That's what I would expect to do. Only stupid countries don't shoot back when you're shot at. And we're not a stupid country.
Rubio is wrapping up a trip to Rome that included a meeting with Pope Leo, who's called for peace in Iran. President Trump says despite the recent exchange of fire, the ceasefire with Iran is still in place. The State Department now says it's in direct communication with the Americans on board that Dutch cruise ship impacted by the hantavirus outbreak. There's also a new suspected case of hantavirus right now being reported in Spain. But Dr. Stephanie Widmer with St. John's Riverside Hospital in New York says the risk to the general public remains low.
Even though there is historical documentation of the Andes strain being able to spread from person to person, it is not very efficiently spread from person to person.
CDC says it's at a level 3 emergency response. You're listening to ABC News.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Good morning. It is 62 degrees at 11:03. I'm David Solomon and all of sports and weather after this newscast. But first, here's what's happening. Closing arguments were heard yesterday in a lawsuit seeking to prevent the state of Missouri from forcing St. Louis City to spend more on police. The lawsuit, filed by 2 St. Louis residents, argues that the state is violating Missouri's Hancock Amendment, which prohibits unfunded mandates on local governments. The police board is looking to compel the city to increase funding for the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department as part of the state takeover of the department, with Republican Missouri Attorney General Catherine Hanaway claiming the city failed to fund it adequately. Democratic St. Louis Mayor Kara Spencer says the funding increase would force the city to cut critical services. St. Louis area schools are dealing with the fallout from a cybersecurity breach involving the Canvas learning platform. Officials say the hacking group Shiny Hunters claimed responsibility for breaching infrastructure, the parent company of Canvas. The breach reportedly exposed student names, ID numbers, and email addresses of an estimated 275 million users across nearly 9,000 educational institutions worldwide. The company says the platform remains unavailable at this time. Illinois lawmakers are moving forward with a bill that would expel students who sexually assault a fellow student. The Illinois Senate approved a measure that would require any student who sexually assaults a peer to be expelled for at least a year. The plan now moves to the House for further consideration. For more than 15 years, a nonprofit charity has been providing medical equipment to anyone that needs it. KTRS's Steve Potter reports that one of the organizations involved in yesterday's Give STL Day is launching a series of events beginning this weekend and is asking the public to participate.
The St. Louis Health Equipment Lending Program, known as STL Help, collects and refurbishes used medical equipment you may have, everything from bathroom safety items to wheelchairs, walkers, hospital beds, and pediatric equipment, and gives them for free to anyone in need. They say they do that because many people can't wait weeks or months for insurance to approve what they need, and then there are high deductibles, denials, supply chain shortages, and of course, some people don't have insurance. This weekend, STL Help is holding a drive for items Saturday from 9 a.m. until 1 o'clock at Rankin Jordan Pediatric Bridge Hospital on Dorset Road, followed by another drive Saturday the 16th at the St. Charles Farmers Market, with more drives to follow. Their work is important, according to one of their board members, because any day in recovery that you aren't moving, you're losing. More information about the group and the upcoming drives can be found online at stlhelp.org. Steve Potter, KTRS News.
This KTRS Business Minute is brought to you by Walter Knoll Florist, the place for all your floral needs. Place your order anytime at WKF.com. There's an increase in the number of unemployment claims in Missouri. That story from KTRS's Jill Enders.
The number of initial unemployment claims in Missouri is slowly rising. The Missouri Department of Labor reports there were over 2,100 initial claims filed during the week ending on May 2nd. Now that marks an increase of less than 20 claims from the previous week. Jill Enders, KTRS News.
Now let's take a look at the markets, brought to you by JBL Financial. Tune in to Straight Talk on Retirement Saturdays from 9 to 11 a.m. The Dow is up 37 points to 49,634. The Nasdaq is up 344 points to 26,150, and the S&P 500 is up 56 points to 7,393. In KTRS Sports, the Cardinals, coming off a 2-1 win over the San Diego Padres last night, look to make it 2 in a row when they face the Padres in Game 2 of a 4-game series tonight in San Diego. The St. Louis Battlehawks return home tonight to take on the Columbus Aviators. UFL all-time leading passer Luis Perez will get the start under center for the Battlehawks. St. Louis City SC hits the road to face the Colorado Rapids in Denver tomorrow night. City is looking for its first multi-goal game on the road in MLS play this season. And St. Louis University has signed 6'7" guard Yusuf Ahmad out of Toronto. The freshman is the sixth newcomer SLU has signed to go with 9 returning players. In your KTRS First Alert forecast today, chance of an isolated shower or thunderstorm. Best chance late in the afternoon or early evening with a high in the mid-70s. Rain chance continues through the early evening hours tonight with a low around 53. Skies gradually clear tomorrow to become sunny with a high near 81. Increasing clouds tomorrow night with a low around 58. Partly cloudy with a chance of showers on your Mother's Day on Sunday with a high near 69. It's 62 degrees at 11:08. I'm David Solomon, KTRS News on the Talk of St. Louis.
Miller Furniture, St. Louis's home for American-made furniture, presents Lynn Venhouse Goes to the Movies.
Let's go to the movies
On the Big 550, KTRS.
All right, Lynn, let's get right to it. I had a friend tell me the other day that said she cannot go to church and watch Your Friends and Neighbors, so she just cut it off. And the previous Your Friends and Neighbors episode was about as racy as you can possibly get. I watched the new one last night, the one that was just released, and it's much more tame. Bottom line, I think it's a good show, but sometimes it maybe goes too far. Your take, please.
Well, I think with many of the streaming shows, they do have titillating material. Let's just put it like that.
Great word.
Yes, provocative material. But I think with the writing on Your Friends and Neighbors, it doesn't define it. Like Euphoria on HBO this season is all about shock value. And I think so many of the streaming shows, besides having as much profanity as possible, but it just seems to have such good writing that overcomes maybe the adult content, if that makes sense.
Let's talk about one of my faves, Sally Field, in a new show that's written from a book that I loved, Remarkably Bright Creatures. What do you think?
Oh, yes. Well, I did not read the book, but my friends,
It's
when
a great
I said,
book.
yeah, when I sent my inner core group of friends the preview trailer, they all went crazy and said, "Oh my God, I couldn't put that book down. I read it in 3 days, and oh, it was such a wonderful book." And they just went on and on and on. So I asked Netflix if I could get a preview content, and they allowed me to see it. It opens today on Netflix, and it didn't. It's an original film that it is on the streamer. It's not in theaters, although to qualify for, I guess, the awards, they did open it in a theater in New York at the same time today. So that's how they get around that, I guess. But nobody warned me that I would have to have a box of Kleenex with me when I watched it. But oh my goodness, if you saw My Octopus Teacher, the documentary that won an Oscar about a diver in Australia and this relationship he had with an octopus, that is similar to the Remarkably Bright Creatures. Now, the octopus is in an aquarium in Washington State, and Sally Field plays a widow who cleans the aquarium at night, and she has started confiding to this octopus her woes, and she's been through a lot. Her husband has died. Her son has been gone. It's very mysterious about how he was lost, and she comes across a drifter played by Louis Pullman, and if anybody is familiar with him, he is Bill Pullman's son, and he's most memorable as kind of the goofy pilot Bob in Top Gun Maverick. He was the one that wasn't flashy, was very timid, had to put up with all the big personalities and Miles Teller and Glenn Powell and all that, if you remember that. And he was in a limited series called Lessons in Chemistry.
Love
and
that.
he's quite versatile, and he's really good as Cameron, this guy that is just happens to come to town, and he bonds with Sally Field. And it's just so beautiful about friendship, about loss, about aging gracefully. And the guy that plays the owner of the little grocery / convenience store is Ethan, is played by the marvelous Cole Meany, the Irish actor, and he's wonderful. And her circle of friends is great. There's all these very small roles that are just wonderful, but the heart of it is Sally Field, who is just, I'm watching her thinking, she was Gidget and The Flying Nun, and now has 2 Oscars, and she is as authentic as they come. And I think she's 80, almost 80, if that's correct. But she's still just luminous and wonderful as this widow who's going through a lot in this town, and she's wondering if she should go into senior living instead of taking care of her house. And I think, many people are faced with all these issues that she's faced with, and I don't even care how hokey the contrivances are in this story, because this is the way I wanted it to have some substance. Did you read the book?
I did, and I absolutely loved it, and it's really, really good. Now, Frank, you need to speak up because you saw Nikki Glazer doing her comedy special in St. Louis, and the show is now on Netflix. Have you seen it yet, and have you seen it yet, Lynn?
I have not, but as Jill mentioned, I saw the show, and they stopped and started like 10 times during a live show at the Fox, and I imagine they can get 45 minutes of really good content out of it, as long as it's not focused solely on one female part for 90% of the time, like the performance was, I may add. So I'm sure it's going to be a good show, though, correct?
Well, I have not seen it. It just dropped on Hulu, and I we had a late night last night.
By the way, it was very fun to hang out with you last night, Lynn.
Yes.
We loved it.
It was. Even if you call, and I got to meet Monique, and I got to see John again, and it was very nice. And Connor was in a suit, and it was very lovely.
That's the takeaway of the night. Yeah, Connor has been in a suit.
But when you get a ride from the Middlemans, you go home when they do, and they help the Dorseys close the place down. So I got home at the whopping hour of 10:30.
Wow.
So it was no Nikki Glazer for me, but I did catch hacks. But about Nikki Glazer, I don't really care for the roast programs. That's just me. I just think they're a little harsh, and I prefer to, I just don't like that format. But that's how she got famous, the Tom Brady roast. And I have heard her comedy before. I haven't heard it live, but I've seen it online, on streaming. And it is a little too female sex forward, if you want to say that. She talks about sex a lot, and that's just not my comfort zone in a comedian. I'm more Nate Bargatze and Mike Birbiglia and
Greg Warren.
Yes, those kind, that kind of comedian. And I don't really need a female to tell me about being, I guess in this day, modern women, no body shaming, be sex positive. I think that's a word now. And that's just not my, and maybe it's because I went to an all-girls Catholic high school, but that's just not my comfort zone. So, but I do like her as the host of the Golden Globes, and every time I've seen her on a talk show, she's very funny and fast, and she's just really witty. And so when she sticks with that, I like it.
Yes.
And but her dad was in the front row. I just don't know how you get around talking about your sex life in front of your parents.
You're right. And yet no one can deny she's immensely talented. So the purpose of this segment always is to let people know what they should be watching. That's why Monique listens every Friday at 11:05. You've recommended it, Widow's Bay. It's on Apple TV, Matthew Rhys. Really scary, and also pretty good comedy in there from time to time. I think it's good, not great. Your take?
Oh, I love it. I just love it. I was, I told you the first two, I was on the edge of my seat. This one, I had jump scares, but I also laughed out loud.
Yeah.
And I like this quirky island, and I like that he's kind of like the mayor from Jaws, how, nothing's going on here, but then he's part of this mystery, and they're all like Stephen Root is very quirky, and then you're wondering, are these people he's meeting? Who are these people he's meeting? And so I'm having a good time watching it. Maybe it's just the formula I need right now, but I also want to tell people there's a couple hidden gems coming on Netflix next Monday. Is this wonderful movie called Mrs. Harris Goes to Paris.
It's one of my favorites. I'm so glad you brought this up. I could watch it over and over again. It's delightful. It's a great period piece. It's really highly recommend. So I'm so glad you liked it too.
Oh, yes, and Leslie Manville is just marvelous in it, and such a great cast. And it takes place in the 50s. She wants this dress. She goes to Paris, and, obviously the title, and she charms the heck out of these snooty fashion design people, and it's just fun. Her life is just fun to get into. And then I wanted to also point out this great gem of a film called The End of the Tour. And this is with Jason Segel, as you've never seen him before. To me, it's his best one. And I know a lot of people are coming to him from How I Met Your Mother and also Shrinking. He plays the late author David Foster Wallace. And I guess I was drawn to this because I went to Illinois State University, and he was an English professor there when he got the National Book Award for Infinite Jest. And so this Rolling Stone reporter, played by Jesse Eisenberg, goes to Bloomington, Illinois, to interview him, and it's a series of one-on-one interviews. He immerses himself in this professor's life. This guy that's he's getting all this buzz, all this publicity all over the United States for his National Book Award, and he's a troubled soul, and obviously, he taught there way longer than I, graduated. I was like 30 years later when he was there. But it just has this feeling. It's this great, if you love great conversations, if you love a really good script, and it's just wonderful. And it's on Netflix. It just dropped again on Netflix. And as soon as I saw that in the, the queue, how they show you what's newly added.
That's one of the ones you recommended. Hey, Lynn, we're running out of time, but
Yes.
please,
Okay,
we want to make sure we remind everybody there's some good stuff happening over at Miller Furniture before we let you go.
Yes. Well, they don't have a technically big spring sale right now, as they just got done with their clearance sale. But if you want great furniture from great people, and I know last night we were all talking about the wonderful advertisers that keep KTRS going 30 years strong, and how it's important to us to have relationships with them. I know everybody has gone to Miller Furniture and just raves about the furniture on the KTRS staff, and I am always talking about my pieces. But my sister just moved back to town from South Carolina, and they're building a home in O'Fallon, Missouri.
Oh, cool.
And I know my brother-in-law will be at Miller to check out a recliner for his man cave. So if you are looking for a piece of furniture, don't go anywhere else. Go to Miller, which is in Lake St. Louis, Ellisville, Fairview Heights, and Belleville, and you will be not only treated royally, but you will get to know the ins and outs of what you need for the ultimate comfort in your own home.
Great stuff, as always. Very fun to be with you, Lynn. Have the best weekend. You deserve it.
Oh, thank you. You too. And Martin Short's documentary is coming on Netflix, Marty, Life is Short, on Tuesday. So mark it in your calendars, because I cannot wait to see his documentary.
Yeah, truly entertaining. When we were talking about rock stars and great people, I got to say, my buddy Tony, he is the technician from Premier Heating and Cooling, who comes out every year to make sure that this week, to make sure our air conditioner is ready for whatever St. Louis throws at us this year. I learned something new from him every single time. He's not a know-it-all, but he's just so darn knowledgeable about heating and cooling systems. He's so positive. I mean, we've got one of those houses where we've got, all kinds. It's a weird one, and so we have to have a couple of furnaces to get to the third floor, and also to get down to the lower level, which is livable space. And he just always has some great advice. Just that gentle reminder, making sure that we're changing the filters every month, and we've gotten a lot better about keeping on top of that. And he's climbed out on the roof to make sure he cleans out the air conditioner and says, yeah, some stuff collected there over the winter, but now that it's all cleaned off and ready to go, we can rest assured that the system should be running great through the entire summer season as well. But the real thing about it is the fact that they go out of their way at Premier Heating and Cooling to have the same technician. They have so many great trained technicians, but to have the same one come back to your house, so they're familiar with your particular unit, with the quirks, with the age of it, with making sure that they're keeping track of all the different things that you want to keep track of to make sure it can run as long as it can. That's what I call going the extra mile, and that's what you see over and over again when you are a customer of Premier Heating and Cooling like I am. PremierHeatingCooling.net. 636-916-1122.
You know, that honey-do list isn't getting any shorter, and you got to make a dent into it. Can I recommend going somewhere to helping you out? Schnarr's Hardware. Schnarr's Hardware has 2 locations, one in Webster and one in Ladue. One great family, 2 great hardware stores. Schnarr's Hardware. When you walk in with that list, you say, okay, I think I know how to do this one, but these three I need help on. And you know what? The people behind the counter at Schnarr's Hardware, that's what they do best. They have the expertise, so they can help you with electrical, help you with plumbing, painting, really anything at Schnarr's Hardware. They're small, they're compact, but it's that friendly neighborhood hardware store that has been the way it's been here in America for years, right? You remember when your grandfather took you to the hardware store. That's Schnarr's Hardware. The popcorn and the advice are free. So when you go to Schnarr's Hardware, 2 locations in Webster and in Ladue. Don't forget about the website, schnarrshardware.com. So for all of your hardware needs and that honey-do list, Schnarr's Hardware or schnarrshardware.com.
St. Louis is home to more than 80,000 University of Missouri St. Louis alumni, where they drive the region's economy and contribute to its social and cultural well-being. At UMSOL, more is what moves us. Find your more at more.umsl.edu.
Let me tell you about family jeweler Lordo's Diamonds that has been a proud sponsor at KTRS for over 20 years. If you need jewelry, whether brand new diamonds, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, maybe something for the gentleman in your life, a nice new watch, or maybe something for the daughter or the son, Lordo's is where you want to go. Right there in Ladue on Clayton Road, a family jeweler, well-respected, well-trusted for generations here in St. Louis. Lordo's or lordosdiamonds.com.
The cost of living is going up, Social Security is going down, and who knows where the stock market is going. There are a lot of things you can't control about retirement, but there's one thing you can. You can call the team at Ricken Financial. Their focus has always been preserve what you have and build a paycheck that comes in every month. Call today for your no-cost, no-obligation meeting, 314-207-6211 or at rickenfinancial.com.
Investment advisory products and services made available through Impact Partnership Wealth, LLC, IPW, a registered investment advisor.
Can I get serious for a moment? Something that is near and dear to my heart, and that is my front yard and taking care of your front yard. Because when you drive by someone's house and it's full of weeds, you think to yourself, oh man, it's very, very simple. You know how much I love to pretend to be a yard dork. You know what I use? Fertilome. I go to fertilome.com and I type in my zip code, and a whole host of local independent lawn and garden dealers show up. I buy the crabgrass preventer plus lawn food. It's the spring application. I get it down on my yard as soon as possible, and that greens up my yard and keeps the weeds away. So it makes me look like I know what I'm doing. But really, all I'm doing is getting Fertilome and putting it on my front yard. And that will take care of my yard for many, many, many weeks, and it go a long way to having the greenest yard in the block. So this spring, you want to green up your yard and get rid of the weeds? It all starts at Fertilome or fertilome.com.
Want a song?
You're on my mind like the song on the radio.
Want a quote? It's the song and quote of the day on the Frank and Jill Show. Right here on the Big 550 KTRS.
Welcome back to the Frank and Jill Show. Having a very fun Friday with all of you. Love all your comments on the Royal Banks of Missouri text line 84126. Jill Farmer, Frank Cusimano, Connor McCarthy here with the show. Connor, what you doing this weekend?
Nothing much, I don't think. Nothing in the plans.
Same, and there is just a good feeling sometimes to hit Friday and know that
great.
You get to just recharge the batteries.
Of course.
I know some people don't agree with that. They like to have a lot of stuff on the agenda, but this is one of those weekends that I'm very grateful. Although I think we do get to eat dinner at Bartolino's tonight. I'm already dreaming of the meatball.
I'm sending a group there today at 1 o'clock. Zach, our new sportscaster, has got some friends in, and they want to know best place to go to lunch, or one of the best places, and it certainly is.
I owe you a giant thank you because I had not ordered spaghetti and meatballs at a restaurant, I don't know, probably since I was a kid. And since you kind of advised me that that's a really, like that's if somebody does that extremely well, you can pretty much guess whenever you go back that everything else they do is going to be amazing because they had to do that. And I've reintroduced in life to what an amazing, well done meatball on some delicious spaghetti is.
Nice glass of house red, maybe the olive oil with the balsamic, a little Parmesan. Oh my gosh, that's good living.
Yeah, it definitely is going. My stomach is growling hard as we speak. So I was today years old. I know some of you like that, some of you do not. When I learned of the pop sensation Zara Larsson, she caught my eye. She was on the Today Show. They start their summer series. And she caught my eye because Mick Jagger, they had a pretty long interview with Mick Jagger talking about how she's his favorite sort of young pop artist. She is from Sweden. You know, I was that exchange student in Sweden for that summer, all those many, many, many years ago in the 80s. So I have a little bit of an affinity toward the country in general. One of her biggest hits was called Midnight Sun. Let's take a listen. You know, we try to introduce ourselves to new music here on the Frank and Jill Show occasionally. You guys can rate it thumbs up or thumbs down. What do you think? Wow, those are good moves, Frank. I like this dancing. I think we can agree it's very poppy, about as pop star kind of music as you can get, but catchy. Midnight Sun, of course. Side note: I got to be in Sweden that summer that I was an exchange student there. In midsummer, which is a big celebration on the longest day of the year. And they kind of like Alaska. They do have a midnight sun there because they're so far north. They have some warm ocean climates. You don't think about it being as far north as Alaska, but it is up there. So it was the only time, 2 times in my life, once in Alaska and once in Sweden, where I got to see the midnight sun in the summer.
So
it's pretty
how
cool.
long were you in Sweden?
For most of summer.
Wow.
Before my senior year of high school.
How about that, Connor? Talk about flex of wealth there, huh?
The exchange student.
Funny story.
I went to Silver Dollar City before my senior year.
Funny story.
Connor, where'd you go? Ozarks?
Yeah, I don't think I went anywhere.
So Rotary, have you heard of the Rotary Club?
Rotary
and the exchange
Club.
students? So we had a
no
Rotary.
longer with us, right? There's not.
No, they are.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
My
They used to
dad-
be like really hot.
Yeah, my dad was a very active Rotarian, and we had a
Rotarian.
Yes, and we
What a
had a
great word.
Rotary exchange student from Sweden who I became very close to, and then her family sponsored me for the summer. So all I had to do was pay for my plane ticket, but my plane ticket to go to Sweden and back in the summer of 1986. Any guess on what it was?
I'll say $350.
Any guess, Connor?
I don't know.
$950 because
Wow.
because plane
Oh, I
tickets
thought it
were
was going to be really
expensive in
ridiculous.
the 80s,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, that's okay. Gotcha.
And so,
I mean,
and
that's pretty high for back
yes,
then.
and that was
Yeah.
a lot of money for me paying out of the money that I earned at Ben Franklin Family Center. But I knew for a couple of years beforehand that was my plan, and so I saved up the money. You know, my parents didn't have enough to buy European plane tickets, obviously, and so that was what I spent that money for. Fast forward to when my daughter goes to college, and my dad still has cousins living in Sweden from his Swedish ancestry, dream of going. So my parents and I decided we're going to go together on that trip. My plane ticket that I bought to Sweden in the summer of 2015 cost me like $510. I thought, ironically, all these years later, it was several $100 cheaper.
What was your hourly wage at the Ben Franklin?
$3.35 an hour.
There's
that
a lot
was
of saving.
That
to get up
was
to $9.50.
that was minimum wage in the 80s for my high school job, which I thought I was getting away with murder because I'd babysat, and the wage in small town Iowa for babysitting was between $1 and $1.50 an hour. You know.
Yeah, there's not many things where you can point to where the price has gone down, like TVs
and plane tickets.
That's
yeah,
right.
well, although plane tickets are going up fast. Have you
Now,
guys booked
yeah.
anything for this summer yet?
A long time ago, but
If you have booked anything in the last the last month or so, you're going to notice. On Fridays in our quote of the day, we of course we do what we call the Friday Funnies. I think our favorite generally is from St. Louis's own incredible comedian Greg Warren. I told you my kids got to see him in Des Moines when he opened for Nate Bargatze recently, and they just bought tickets to go see him at the Funny Bone there again because they absolutely loved him.
Awesome.
This is a reminder from Greg Warren. Take this seriously, and Greg, and I think Frank, you'll agree. Here's why nature is dangerous. In any event, stay on the cement should be
Oh my
Frank's
gosh, that
new-
is so great.
That's your new slogan, unless you're on the golf course.
Yeah.
And then stay there for a very long time.
That is great.
Very good.
One quick text here. Craig Riggins texting in. It's not an entree, but the pizza at Bartolino's, second to none.
What's
He is so
your order
right.
there?
Not all of their pizzas are just incredible. And you don't think elegant restaurant pizza, but Bart Saraceno, Chris Saraceno, their pizza, the best, is as good as any in St. Louis. Yeah.
Very good to hear. Ryan Raphael, we got to see him last night, favorite sponsor of the program. He did a very good job of greeting and saying hi to people, and everybody was pretty kind to him. They didn't make him work. But generally, when you see Ryan out and about, when he's here at the station, people know of his reputation. They know how quickly and how good he is at answering even very complicated questions about Medicare and all the things that have to do with Medicare. And he's so kind and so warm and friendly about it that you just can't help but say, hey, just one quick question for you, Ryan. And he answers it. And that's why so many customers of his feel such a relationship, such a connection to him that they literally tell everybody they know. They're telling people at the grocery store, they're telling people at Starbucks, hey, if you know anybody that's about to turn 65 or is retiring, has maybe already turned 65, but didn't have to worry about Medicare because they hadn't retired before, but now the time has come. You got to understand that Ryan Raphael, the Medicare man, needs to be the person that you reach out to help walk you through that process. He is simply the best at it. He makes the complicated much simpler, and people go back to him time and time again because, unfortunately, plans change, life circumstances change. For a lot of people, it's not just a one and done, and that's okay. Ryan is here no matter how many times you need him to walk you through the process. Ryan Raphael, the Medicare man. For the right plan, you want to call the Medicare man. 314-368-6808. By the way, that's his cell phone. You'll get him directly. Visit MedicareManSTL.com.
And now, KTRS weather.
I'm meteorologist Shane Scotch with your first alert forecast. We're going to be tracking highs towards the mid-70s, but an increase in our chances of showers and storms, particularly going to be looking to start after 4 p.m., lasting towards the evening and early overnight hours before clearing. By Saturday, a high of 81 degrees, a lot of sunshine going to be on the way. But by Sunday, we're going to be seeing some scattered chances of some showers that'll continue to last as we head towards the midday hours and early afternoon. Highs only back towards the upper 60s. From the First Alert 4 Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Shane Scotch for the Big 550. KTRS.
Spring is here, and that means you're going to be spending more time outside and enjoying the outdoors. But your deck, you've been thinking about doing something with that deck for years. Don't wait any longer. Go see my friends over there at Outdoor Living, Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood. It's right there. It's been there a long time. At Outdoor Living, the showroom has a great style, great designs. You can get all sorts of options. They'll come out to your house. They'll do a site visit, and when you're ready, they'll build you a deck with metal framing, composite decking, and they will put a 50-year warranty on that deck. That's right. You don't have to worry about staining. You don't have to worry about warping or anything else. All you have to worry about is how much fun you're going to have. They've also got pergolas and fences and patios furniture. Yeah, they got patio furniture at Outdoor Living. Check out the showroom, Big Bend and I-44 in Kirkwood. It looks like the old Denny's. You're in the right place. Or online, OutdoorLivingInc.com for all of your patio needs and a 50-year warranty on that new deck. OutdoorLivingInc.com. We are here with the man, Ryan Raphael. He's the Medicare man of St. Louis. Ryan, one of the biggest misconceptions about Medicare when people reach the age of 65 is if they don't sign up at age 65, they get penalized.
So really what happens is when people are approaching 65, they get all the literature and things coming at them that looks like they have to do something. If somebody is working, they really do not have to sign up for Medicare as long as they're part of an employer of 20 or more employees and they can take it out down the road and not pay penalties.
So if you're over the age of 65 and you have not signed up for Medicare, there's no penalty. There's no reason why you can't do it at age 65, 66, or 67, or 70.
Correct. Yep.
That is Ryan Raphael. If you're approaching 65 and you have questions about Medicare, he is the man. The Medicare Man, STL.com, 314-368-6808, Ryan Raphael. And if you don't trust me, trust my nanny. My nanny says he's the best. Ryan Raphael, the Medicare Man, MedicareManSTL.com.
And now it's Time for the Legal Eagle segment with Travis Noble of Travis Noble Attorneys at Law on the Frank and Jill Show from the Big 550 KTRS.
All right, one of our favorite segments of the week with Travis Noble about to begin. Good to see you, sir.
Good to be here.
Almost wearing a DeSmet Spartan kind of color there. Very sharp. He's looking like $1 million as usual. We recommend you going to YouTube and checking out Travis's outfit. Okay, the legality of vape shops and what products they sell, always kind of a hot topic in the area. Prosecutors, after several vape shops in the city and the county for selling products that apparently contain marijuana, you are directly involved in this.
Yes, I represent several of the smoke shops in the area, and they received civil notices from the Attorney General's office initially, and Catherine Hanaway's office sent records requests, and they wanted copies of everything that they had in terms of purchases and what they had in the store. The issue is some of these stores, they sell kratom and they sell hemp. And the hemp is supposed to be under 0.3% of Delta-9 THC.
Okay.
The ingredient that makes you high. And so what they were looking at is does any of that hemp product make you high, kind of like marijuana does? I think one of the behind-the-scenes big pushes for this is the people who have licenses who are selling at dispensaries. Because, I think they feel like they went through all the process to get a license. They've paid this money for the license. They now have the dispensary. If all of a sudden somebody can just open up a smoke shop across the street, their contention is, it takes business from them. Mm-hmm. If people are able to go in there and get the exact same product. I think that what they're looking at in the complaint is, when they purchase this hemp, they get a certificate from a lab that says it's under the required limits, and so that if you smoked it, it wouldn't do anything to you. But their contention, I think the state's contention is if, the longer it sits, then the THC rises, and now all of a sudden they're able to sell a similar product as a dispensary would be able to sell. And so which makes it unfair practice. And, the way the state is kind of looking at it, I don't know if anybody charged criminally yet. But I think from a civil standpoint, they're looking at it, going after them, saying, that it's you're misrepresenting your product, it's false advertising, things like that.
Travis Noble, Legal Eagle segment. If you're just joining us, in the news over the past couple of weeks, a lawsuit against Six Flags, some people injured on a ride. And one of the things that I think average folks and with simple minds like me don't really understand is where a case is tried in St. Louis can have a really big impact on the outcome. If you're the person suing somebody and you're trying to get compensation for something, you definitely want to see it tried in one location. If you're the person getting sued, you might want to see it tried in a different location. Can you explain that to us for the non-legal minds, why St. Louis is kind of unique in that way?
Sure. When you're looking at a civil case where, whether it be a car accident, medical malpractice, products liability, or like with Six Flags, and you want to say that they were negligent somehow and you were injured. Looking at the jurisdictions, historically, the rumors, and everybody in the legal community knows, you'd much rather try a case if you're the plaintiff. You're the person injured and you're suing an insurance company. And that's usually where you're going after. Mm-hmm. They don't, Six Flags, they're really trying to get their insurance carrier. Same thing as you're in a car accident. The average person, their insurance premium, that's going to pay out to you is going to be better than somebody who has to write a check out of their checking account. So usually they're going after the insurance companies. Then depending on the venue, the people would say that St. Charles County, because people are a little more conservative out there, and they're not willing to, hit a corporation necessarily, if you will, versus if you were in the city of St. Louis. Mm-hmm. That seems to be where everybody wants to file the lawsuit because, jurors in the city may be more inclined to whack a company, a corporation, or an insurance company. And so that you would get a much higher return, or in terms of your verdict in the city, than you would, say, someplace more conservative outstate Missouri.
And in terms of, I don't know if we've discussed this before, but in terms of you having the opportunity to select certain jury members, like how much background work do you do and your staff before a case in finding out as much as possible about the jury?
Often what will happen is the courts will provide you with the juror list. And usually that also comes with a questionnaire and their responses. So in there they ask, questions about, their employment, their spouse's employment. They'll ask about, have they ever been involved in a civil suit, either as a defendant or a plaintiff? They'll ask about any relation to law enforcement, is their child or their spouse a law enforcement officer? And so they kind of give you a background of the person, but it doesn't really give you as much as you need in terms of trying to assess whether that person is going to be a good juror for you. Usually we're going to have to end up doing that through voir dire, where we're asking the person questions about themselves and kind of trying to figure out where they're coming from. I do things, every once in a while you can ask questions that'll kind of give you an overview of the tenor of the group. I once tried a case in a very rural area, which I believe to be very conservative, and I asked them, if you were to tell me where you get your news source, what would be your primary news source? And I asked CNN, and out of 90 people, six hands went up. And I said, how many MSNBC at the time, now, and laughter broke out. And I said, Fox News, and everybody else in the room's hand went up. So I knew then I had a very conservative group. And so then during my cross and closing, I talked about, these Missouri State Troopers, and they're with the government, and for some reason we give law enforcement a pass when it comes, kind of on the conservative side of the spectrum. And I said, but at the end of the day, they still work for the government. And I spun that over to, there was a kind of real anti-government sentiment going on at the time. And it worked to my benefit. You really kind of,
that is great.
Asking questions of these people is really.
Well, you're a wildly successful trial attorney. Did you hear the big news that Dominic Cusimano won
I did hear
a jury trial this week, which was exciting? Somebody texting into me, do you agree that some people consider Madison and St. Clair County, Illinois as, quote, judicial hellholes when it comes to being very plaintiffs friendly, particularly in asbestos cases? What do you know about that?
I almost commented about that one of the places probably even better than the city of St. Louis would be across the river. There's a reason that a lot of those asbestos firms are over there. The Gorey law firm, for example, Randy Gorey, who I went to law school with, may rest in peace, started a asbestos firm and has been wildly successful. I think his wife now runs it.
Cases come from all over the country, right?
They get cases from all over the country. And so I kind of think what happens with these asbestos and other like mass torts kind of cases is lawyers put in and they'll advertise all over the country. Have you been affected?
Yeah, we all seen the mesothelioma ads. Yeah.
And so they call into a call center. They have people who take the information, they screen them, they look to see do they have the right type of cancer, and then they, if they take their case, they sign them up, and then they can walk in and sue. For a group of people. There was probably one of the biggest cases was in St. Louis. There's a lawyer named Mark Lanier out of Texas who came into St. Louis. I think he had 24 women that they believe was ovarian cancer by using Johnson & Johnson baby powder. And I think the jury gave him $4 billion. The Court of Appeals cut it to $2 billion. And then the Supreme Court denied cert. And so they collected $2 billion from them.
You're describing the asbestos thing. There's a Grisham book out called The Appeal. In fact, I'm reading it now. It's an older book, but it's about a big firm that comes into a small town in Mississippi and contaminates the water, and all these people die. And they're trying to get, then this big firm is trying to get a new Supreme Court justice on board in that state to give them a favorable thing. But I'm wondering, with something like this, is who could be in favor of the corporation. If they're clearly, contaminating water, I mean, I know sometimes you can get juries that can go both ways, but how could you find anybody who would not be against this firm for the damage they've caused?
You'd be surprised. I think that, I never get political, but I would say that, the current Supreme Court that we have is pretty conservative.
6-3.
Very pro corporations. You had the decision that said that corporations are, a person. So in terms of being able to fund campaigns, things like that, it just all depends on your perspective. Whether if you're pro-business, then they're going to be more in favor of the company and give more deferential treatment to them versus somebody who's more, the individual and plaintiff person. It just all depends on your perspective. You say, who could ever root against them? You'd be surprised.
Huh.
But it just depends on perspective. I always say, a conservative, is a liberal that's been mugged. A liberal is a conservative that's been indicted. All of a sudden you can change your perspective very fast.
That is so well played. That's great.
Very fun. As always, we learn something new and you entertain us as well. Travis Noble, Legal Eagle segment. We look forward to chatting with you next week. And you guys can always text in your questions here as well on the Royal Banks of Missouri. If you have a question, Travis will kindly take them as well. Speaking of people who take our questions, every time I run into my friend Dan Head from Patriot Builds Sunrooms, I just can't help it. I'm always saying, what are you guys up to? What do you have on the docket for this week? And he's kind enough to send me pictures of some of the projects that they're doing all the time. One of my favorites that I find extremely, let's say, aspirational, thinking about someday maybe for the back of my house, they built a beautiful porcelain tile deck to match an interior floor of this gorgeous deck out in West County. And they built a cigar lounge underneath, something that Travis Noble might be interested in as well. They also put in these beautiful power shades to protect the floor and the furniture inside. One of the things that St. Louisans want these days is those decks that we had for years and then realized were baking in the sun. We want them covered, we want them screened in, or we want power shades in order to protect them. And whatever you are desiring, our friends over at Patriot Builds Sunrooms and Luna Builds, which have merged together to make really the biggest powerhouse when it comes to making your outdoor living space the best it can be. So whether you're been looking at a sunroom and wanting it for years, or you're ready for the outdoor extravaganza that includes the heated floors, the fireplaces, the built-in kitchens, Patriot Builds Sunrooms is the place to start. 811 South Kirkwood Road. Stop by the showroom to get inspired. PatriotBuildsSTL.com.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. 600 Kelwood, St. Louis.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question: is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Breaking news for your home. Wayday is here. It's Wayfair's big sale, where you can score the best deals in home, like up to 80% off with free shipping on everything. Plus surprise flash deals all Wayday long. You won't find better deals for your home anywhere else. We're talking furniture, decor, rugs, and more, all at Wayfair, and all up to 80% off during Wayday. So don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Wayday now through April 27th to score the best deals in home.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Celebrating 3 decades of live and local programming. The St. Louis station you bring into your lives every day.
Hi, this is Paul Kopsky. I've been doing traffic reports at the Big 550 for 2.5 years. A big, happy 30th anniversary to the Big 550 KTRS.
We are the Big 550 KTRS. Depend on it. And sticking around for another 30.
Well, I tell you what, I think I'd kill for that sport coat. That was really sharp, wasn't
Yeah, it was. And it was the same color as your athletic hoodie yesterday.
Yeah, kind of a plum, would you say?
Plum, yeah. I
Well-
called it Dusty Rose yesterday. You did not approve of that, but
Yeah.
plum is probably a slightly.
And the shirt, man. Wow.
I know you are inspired by a lot of things when in the world of sports and humanity but Travis's clothes are right at the top of what inspires
It'd be
you every
perfect for
single
any
week.
like DeSmet events.
You're right.
Yeah, like a DeSmet Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Perfect jacket for it.
Last night I had my North Carolina blazer on.
Yeah, I
The
love
white
that.
and blue.
You know what? John has a kind of similar color one, and he was deciding between the two, and ultimately it was good he didn't choose that one, or you guys would have been kind of
Yes.
Twinsies for sure. Rate the best dancing you saw on the dance floor last night. I've got my number
Josh?
one. Josh, but I mean, Josh is great. That was good, but no, hands down, there was a very clear winner.
Who?
Well, I would say it was a tie between Heidi Glaus and her wife Marcia, who was incredible and was very, very good. Lauren Risley, of course, very well-known personality to many of you on the air as well. Also very, very good. But I would say Heidi and Marcia take
With
home the prize.
Heidi's athleticism, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it
Terrific
was
high school athlete, college athlete.
Yeah, there was some. They definitely have the moves. I mean, so much so that I think it almost kind of cleared the dance floor. Other people were like, "Oh, I want to go dance, but I'm intimidated because what I'm seeing is exceptionalism out there."
I saw some bad male white dancers last Saturday night at the MAC, the wedding I attended. My theory, I think I'd say 90% of the white males that are 30 and above can't dance. Maybe even higher.
It doesn't matter. You should still dance. That was one of my favorite things about. There were so many things I loved about Jane and Andrew's wedding, and I'm very
a lot
biased.
of bad male white dancers.
There
You
was
love that?
the dance floor was packed from the first song until the band said, "This is all you got." At the end of it, at the last dance, and that's to me, that's what it's all about. It's not the quality or rating of who's better dancer or not. It's that people had a really good time and danced their what's off, and I think that's a sign of a good gathering.
That's great. That's awesome.
So happy birthday!
Yeah,
in
happy
advance
Mother's Day to you. What are you going to do on Sunday?
As little as possible. We're going to go to, I think we're going to do brunch at Das Bevo. We've got some live music there, and I plan to do as much battery recharging as I can this weekend. I usually like to do a lot of things on the weekend, but this weekend I'm going to do as little as possible.
What about a little walk and looking at nature?
I will. I love walking the loop at Forest Park on the weekend. So if the weather cooperates, that may be on the agenda, but I'm not committing to anything.
That's great. All right, Connor, good work today. Thanks so much. That'll do it for this edition of the program. Coming up next, John Carney, Julie Buck will be back Monday at 10.
I've been asked to say a word about Allen Roofing. That's not fair. I can't say it in a word. If they just did roofs, I probably could. I would say roofs. But They can do siding. They could replace it. They could put leaf guards on. They could reattach it like they had to do for me, where my gutter kind of came away from the house. Siding issues, they carry James Hardy, the very best. They can fix that too. Basically, if it's something you could see from the outside of your home or your office, they can fix it, improve it, or replace it. Look, it's probably the biggest investment you're ever going to make. Protect it. Absolutely. And nobody does it better than Allen Roofing. Check out all the reviews online. Everybody else seems to know. I shouldn't have to tell you these things. For all of your roofing needs and so much more, Allen Roofing. Find them online at aroofing.net.
Repairing chimneys, walkways, porches, foundations, entire homes, anything to do with brick or stone, you need a tuck pointer you can trust, and that, of course, is Morelli. Morelli is a family-run business started in 1991, and they're only as good as their last customer. That's why when you check out the reviews online at MorelliTuckPointing.com, you'll notice that they're actual customers who are singing the praises of Morelli. So if you need a tuck pointer, you need Morelli. 314-645-1387 or MorelliTuckPointing.com.
Hey, this is local guy John Goodman, and I am so proud to be involved with a locally owned and operated radio station right here in St. Louis. Happy 30th anniversary to my favorite hometown radio station, the Big 550 KTRS.
This is the Big 550 KTRS St. Louis, Ladue, Glen Carbon, University City, Edwardsville, Manchester, Wood River, Grafton, and the world.
Streaming live at KTRS.com.
Depend on it.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dabusky. Just a day after Tennessee passed new congressional maps, which are likely to eliminate the state's only district controlled by a Democrat, now Virginia is dealing another setback to the party. Virginia's highest court today striking down the redistricting referendum that voters narrowly approved last month. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
The Virginia Supreme Court ruled 4-3 that the Democratic-led legislature didn't follow proper procedure. The Commonwealth's Constitution says lawmakers must vote to approve a ballot measure twice, both before and after a statewide legislative election. In this case, the court said the referendum was first approved too late, after more than 1 million people had already voted early in 2025. All across America, Democrats had hoped last month's narrow approval of the Virginia referendum would mean 4 more House seats would land in their column.
The government's latest jobs report shows strong gains, says ABC's Brian Clark.
Higher gas prices and the war in Iran not slowing down hiring. The April jobs report showed that about 115,000 jobs were added to the private sector last month, about twice as many as expected. The unemployment rate held at 4.3%.
The Pentagon has released its first batch of UFO files that President Trump promised to unveil.
The 161 files released by the Pentagon range from the first UFO reports filed in the 1940s to reports filed as recently as several years ago, all of them unresolved cases. They include out-of-focus low-definition photos that are being seen for the first time. The documents come from various federal agencies, and some are hundreds of pages long, while others are much shorter.
ABC News senior Pentagon reporter Louis Martinez, the Pentagon's earlier reviews have not found any proof that the incidents were extraterrestrial in origin. And 2 people in New Jersey are being monitored after possibly having come in contact with a person infected by the hantavirus. You're listening to ABC News.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At least 17 people are hurt and hundreds of buildings are damaged after strong storms blew across parts of southern Mississippi. In Lamar County, the trail of devastation runs about 16 miles. ABC's Melissa Adon has the latest.
Damaging tornadoes hitting Mississippi, with the state already seeing 62 twisters this year as damage assessment is underway. In the town of Purvis, reports of people trapped inside their homes, some hiding in bathtubs and praying. Interstate 55 blocked by fallen trees and debris.
The price of gas in Cuba now sits at around $40 a gallon due to the Trump administration's oil blockade there. ABC's Whit Johnson is in Havana.
For months, a U.S. oil blockade straining fragile infrastructure, including access to clean water and even health care. Antonio Ramon tells me his neighborhood is experiencing 16-hour blackouts nearly every day. He's one of the few people we've met willing to speak on camera criticizing the Cuban government for years of struggles, but says he does not want U.S. intervention, fearing what war could bring.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the Cuban regime has not distributed U.S. aid. And the CDC is out with a new warning about a salmonella outbreak in young children linked to pet lizards. At least 5 kids across 4 states have gotten sick from a strain of the infection common among veiled chameleons. All sick children are under 2 years old. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
from ABC News. I'm Mike Dubusky. A CDC official confirms the agency will be dispatching personnel to the Canary Islands this weekend as that Dutch cruise ship at the center of the hantavirus outbreak comes into port. The CDC will transfer Americans on board to the National Quarantine Unit in Nebraska. Right now, dozens of people are being monitored around the world for possible exposure to the virus. But former White House COVID-19 response coordinator Dr. Ashish Jha says there's little likelihood this will become another pandemic.
Hantavirus itself is pretty rare. This strain is rare. It's the only one where you get spread from person to person. I don't see this becoming some big global outbreak.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio saying he expects Iran to respond to the U.S. peace talk framework as soon as today. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers.
The Secretary of State Marco Rubio said this morning he hopes it's a serious offer from the Iranians and that they're expecting this to come back today. But it's also important to underline that what they're going back and forth on right now is not a wider agreement that will end the conflict. It's something of a memo of understanding to get to a point where they're giving themselves a month to try to work out the bigger issues.
The labor market did better than expected last month.
115,000 private sector jobs were added last month, about twice as many as analysts expected. The Labor Department's April jobs report showed unemployment holding steady at 4.3%. Upward revisions to the March report, a downward change to February's, work out to a 3-month average of about 48,000 jobs added each month.
ABC's Brian Clark and sources tell ABC the Trump administration is nearing an agreement with TikTok to resolve an ongoing lawsuit over alleged child privacy violations. The Biden-era lawsuit alleged the social media company collected data from children without notifying parents. In exchange, TikTok would pay $400 million for beautification projects in Washington. You're listening to ABC News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Today marks 1 year since Pope Leo, the first American pontiff, was elected pope. The anniversary comes amid tensions with President Trump, with Leo being a vocal critic of the war in Iran. ABC News chief international correspondent James Longman has more.
The Pope said it was unacceptable for the president threatening Iran to say a whole civilization would die. Trump lashed out, calling Leo weak on crime and terrible on foreign policy. The Pope said he didn't want to get into a debate with the president, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio has been at the Vatican this week, hoping to repair that relationship.
The Pentagon has posted hundreds of files online relating to reports of UFOs. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has been taking a look.
Many of the files now posted online detail reported sightings dating to the middle of the 20th century and have been previously released. But the Pentagon says it and NASA are newly analyzing some images from the Apollo moon missions. Those old photos show specks or dots in the sky above the moon that are now being called unidentified phenomena. In addition, never-before-seen military video taken as recently as this year shows unidentified objects being tracked by U.S. aircraft over the Middle East, Africa, the Indo-Pacific, and Europe.
Authorities in Florida are now investigating after a Delta Airlines employee died yesterday at Orlando International Airport. Police say it appears to have been accidental in nature, and cleanup efforts are underway in Mississippi, which has been hit hard by tornadoes in recent days. Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
from ABC News. I'm Mike Dubusky. Ukraine and Russia have agreed to a 3-day ceasefire, which will begin tomorrow. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky confirming Russia has offered a prisoner swap as part of the agreement, wherein 1,000 prisoners will be released from both sides. It all comes as the Trump administration faces new pressure over the war in Iran after U.S. and Iranian forces exchanged fire yesterday.
We have had a quote via Iranian state media from an Iranian official saying, quote, the clashes have now stopped and the atmosphere is calm. And that might be a sign, just might, that there is a bit of space now and hopefully for diplomacy to play its course.
ABC's Tom Sufi Burrage, Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he's expecting Iran to respond to the American framework for peace talks at some point today. Meanwhile, all eyes will be on Spain's Canary Islands this weekend as a Dutch cruise liner arrives. The ship has been at the center of the ongoing hantavirus outbreak. The CDC will be there and will transfer the Americans on board to the National Quarantine Unit in Nebraska. Former White House COVID response director Ashish Jha.
It's really hard to spread, and that's what makes it different from like COVID or flu. With COVID or flu, people sit next to each other a long period, they can infect each other. With the Andes strain, it takes prolonged exposure over many, many hours before you can infect somebody.
The Trump administration appears to be nearing a settlement with TikTok.
Sources tell ABC News the $400 million payment would settle a federal lawsuit the Biden administration filed against TikTok in 2024, alleging the video app violated child privacy laws by gathering data on users under 13 without their parents' consent. Sources say the money from the proposed settlement would be directed toward the president's beautification projects here in D.C. ABC News has told one possibility that's been discussed is applying the funds toward the massive triumphal arch the president aims to have built near Arlington National Cemetery.
ABC's Stephen Portnoy, you're listening to ABC News.
Warmer weather is finally here, and that means cookouts,
ball games,
and maybe enjoying some time on the water.
But it also means lots of heavy food, sweets, and maybe an extra adult beverage or two. Thank goodness we both take Active Liver from New Nordic. Did you know your liver works around the clock processing food, sugar, alcohol, and everyday toxins? All the things that can really impact your health.
That's why daily support matters. Active Liver is designed to protect normal liver function and support your body's natural detox process.
With trusted natural ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and artichoke extract, it's gentle enough to take all year long.
No harsh cleanses, no extreme detoxes, just simple daily liver support. We really feel the difference.
Active Liver helps us enjoy the good things in life with peace of mind that our liver isn't working overtime. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com, and you can find it in stores at CVS, Meijer Grocery, Wegmans, and now Active Liver is available at your local GNC.
In California, there are new developments in the search for the remains of 19-year-old Kristen Smart, who disappeared 30 years ago while walking home from a college party. Paul Flores was convicted in the murder. This week, investigators were searching his mother's home. ABC's Alex Stone reports from California.
The home investigators have been at this week had been searched twice before, dating back to 1996. San Luis Obispo County Sheriff Ian Parkinson saying Friday there is evidence suggesting human remains were at the home at one point, but they can't say if they were Kristen Smart's remains.
I think it's safe to say that we have not recovered Kristen yet.
The sheriff saying they will not leave that home until they are 100% sure Smart's remains are not buried there. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Flores was convicted even though Smart's body was never found. A recovery effort in Mississippi after a tornado outbreak yesterday. ABC's Faith Abube is in hard-hit Purvis, Mississippi.
Officials tell ABC there were multiple reports of people trapped in their homes, neighborhoods left in ruins, houses caved in, roofs torn off.
You look around here, how do you even begin to salvage anything?
Well, I'm not real sure, to be honest with you. You just got to start somewhere.
And the Board of Trustees at Cornell University now says it's established a special committee to investigate an incident last month where school president Michael Kotlikoff backed a car into a group of student protesters. I'm Mike Dubusky, ABC News.
Hot summer days and high energy bills are on the way. Upgrade your home's old leaky windows this month during Window Nation's Buy 4 Get 4 free sale. Yes, half of your new beautiful energy efficient windows free. Plus no money down and no monthly payments or interest for 2 years. Call now 866-200-8670 or windownation.com. In select markets, trust our family of brands, New South Window and ArmorView. That's 866-200-8670 or windownation.com to book a consultation.
From ABC News, I'm Mike Dubusky. 1,000 prisoners from both sides of the Russia-Ukraine war are expected to be released this weekend as part of a 3-day ceasefire the two sides agreed to today. As tensions appear to ease for the time being in Eastern Europe, they're still elevated in the Middle East. ABC News foreign correspondent Tom Soufi-Burridge.
Over the last 24 hours or so, we've seen a very significant exchange of fire between the Iranians and the U.S. military in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Those 3 U.S. naval destroyers targeted by the Iranians, drones, missiles, small boats. The U.S. military not only eliminating the threats, but then striking command and control centers and the launch sites in and around the Strait of Hormuz along the Iranian coast and on an Iranian island to the northern extreme of the Strait of Hormuz.
The U.S. says it's expecting Iran's response to its framework for a peace deal possibly as soon as today. Meanwhile, global health authorities are monitoring dozens of people for possible exposure to the hantavirus. The epicenter of the outbreak, a Dutch cruise vessel with more than 100 people aboard. It's scheduled to make port in the Canary Islands this weekend. ABC's Maggie Rulli is there and tells us what happens after that.
Police today showed us the area that they were cordoning off. They'll be the first area, the first land that everyone on board that ship has set foot on in many, many days. They're going to be grouping them in 5 different sections based on their level of risk. And then they'll be loaded into buses that are under military guard, taken to an isolated area at an airport, and then flown to their home countries.
Some better than